in session. Judge Newman presiding. Be seated.
Good morning. I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that the courtroom decorum must be maintained at all times. You're not allowed to react to any testimony, cheer, jeer, nor speak in the courtroom unless it's during the time I said let's take a stretch break. You can speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain order. Anything before the jury comes?
From state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses. I don't know how they could go all day, but direct ought to be relatively quick. We're going to rest today, I believe, and then the state is going to call several somewhere. We've been told up to 4. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 6, but whatever. I think there's a high likelihood that they will rest on their reply case by tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we can get done and be on track to closing charge on Wednesday, Your Honor.
With this caveat, we believe it would be useful for the jury to visit Moselle, both the area in the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships. And so what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I know I wouldn't, if they don't want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And obviously, Your Honor's dealt with this before. I don't know we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And I don't know whether that should take any more than, Roselle's about 30 minutes from here? 40 minutes from here. So that's 40 there, 40 back. An hour on the scene, maybe 3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed, but we believe they ought to be given the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done, but we're asking they be allowed to do that if they want to do it.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that. The state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene, and if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and thicker than they were on June 7th. The state is not asking that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either, and I'm not aware of any procedure where we just kind of throw it into the jury's hands to take a vote. So we would object to that proposal.
Your Honor, if Your Honor wanted to instruct them, they're only there to see the kennels. There's no issues that they should be viewing the house, or because the scene is we concede that that's changed. But the kennels, the spatial, how small the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. You just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way deal with the relationship between the house and the and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want it. I don't know whether they vote or whether you ask the forelady. I've seen it done where the judge asks the jury, "Do you want to go to the scene?" Now, it's been a while. I can't remember whether it was a vote, but he did ask the jury. It was sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
And we certainly would object to putting any sort of vote to the jury at this point in time. I've never heard of any such thing. Generally, jury views are at the request of a party, and
I'm requesting.
Well, again, I don't know that it's necessary in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help or aid to the jury. And if anything, it may confuse the issues again, because the property has changed since the night of June 7th, 2021.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Upon request of either side, the court will allow a jury view. I will not ask the jury to decide whether or not they want a view. I think that would could invite premature deliberations in the case, or just the mere fact that they would have to discuss that issue, I think would invite premature discussions of relevant facts, what might be relevant facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will arrange a jury view, and the court will go. The lawyers may go if you want to go. Of course, there are so many lawyers. That's a mammoth team in of itself. And I can advise the jury as part of the going to the scene that the certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years ago, whenever the period of time was. So if the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Your Honor, thank you. And I just bring this to the court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most distasteful kinds of things I've ever seen. So perhaps before they head out there, some of the security could be in place, and so they
have law enforcement security saying ensure no one is there.
Well,
unless, yeah.
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove him, and it seems they have they're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want the jury influenced by, crazy paparazzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there. The scene will be secure. No one will be there during a jury view. Now, do you want a jury view? Does the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security is not caught unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the property. And they've got the authority to close off the road. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not telling them how to do their job, but I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
All right. We'll arrange for a jury view with law enforcement. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, you may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, welcome back once again, day number 25. The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt to the stand, please. And, Your Honor, while he's coming around, Dr. Eisenstadt's a pathologist. We're going to be, first of all, showing some pretty graphic photos on the computer and the Elmo. And secondly, we're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So we will be offering exhibits. We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate, but certainly 10 minutes into this testimony, we're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that are going to be pretty graphic. So a number of these exhibits, not all of them, but 90% of them, we're going to move to introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic, they can leave. So if Your Honor sees some of the Murdaughs get up walking out, that would be because it's, again, extremely graphic. So,
Good morning. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic. Please state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Eisenstadt, Eisenstadt.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
And where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So if, and I'm looking at this, you went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer?
I did.
And then after, I think you went to University of California at Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in '93. You went to the Sackler School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer, and you graduated in '98.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a residency where?
Well, when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon. So I started out in general surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the profession I wanted. Beautiful profession, but not for me. So I transferred into a pathology program. This is all up in New York, out in Long Island. And to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to do what's called anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology. If you've ever had anything taken out of your body, surgery or blood or anything, that goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
And that would have been in 2000, well, that would have been through 2004.
Correct. My forensic pathology training started in 2004 to 2005, and then from 2005 to 2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the City? Who would that have been with?
With the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in New York City.
Okay, and how long did you do that?
Well, the forensic pathology was 1 year, the forensic neuro and cardiac was another year. So that's 2 total.
Okay. At some point, did you leave New York?
Yes, after I completed those forensic subspecialties, I was offered a job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job and moved to Atlanta in July of 2006.
Did the Georgia, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have their own medical examiner?
Yes, so the state of Georgia, there are, Metro Atlanta has its own medical examiner offices. So there's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So 4 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia has their own medical examiner.
Per county or total?
Per county.
Okay.
So 1 for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI, for short, covers the other 155 counties in the state. And when I first started there were, I believe, 5 or 6 offices. And then over time, it sort of shrunk down to 3 offices. And I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
So when you initially started with a medical examiner's office in Georgia, who did you start with?
So I was with the GBI as my full-time job.
Right.
But I did do some moonlighting pretty much at the Fulton County office, the Cobb County office, and the DeKalb County office.
So those 3 counties they comprise the metropolitan area of what city?
Of Atlanta.
Okay. So, and is that a rather large metropolitan area?
Yes, that's why each one of those counties have their own freestanding medical examiner office.
But you did part-time work for all 3?
Yes, and I actually still do now for Fulton County and then hopefully soon one of the other counties.
Okay, so tell me about your work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and how did that differ from what you were doing for these other counties?
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
What did you do? What was your job?
Oh, my job was as one of the workhorse pathologists doing, when I first started, I believe it was about 250 autopsies each year. And then as time went on, the caseloads increased. And so I would say I was doing anywhere between 250 to maybe 350 autopsies per year. I would be testifying in court. We had residents that would rotate, so the hospital pathology residents would rotate in our office. We would lecture, and then that went until 2014 when I was promoted to Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
Okay, now the autopsies you were doing, and would you generate reports for each one of those? Absolutely. And were these, you indicated early in your career you were doing general pathology, that is if you had a polyp taken out during your colonoscopy, you would be doing those? Yes, that's a requirement to be able to take the forensic pathology fellowship and boards. So at this stage in your career, when you're doing autopsies, typically how did those folks expire? So those are sudden, unexpected deaths. Whether they are just, we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence. No one knows why they died. We would get those cases. But then, obviously, all of the traumatic and non-natural deaths would be investigated by the medical examiner. So anything from car accidents to gunshot wounds, stab wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort. Okay. So you did autopsies on people who died of under traumatic circumstances? Absolutely. Including gunshots? Yes. And now you just indicated promoted to Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for the GBI. How did that change your duties? So that added a little bit of administrative duties. Thus, I sort of dropped back a little bit in the number of cases. So I probably at that time I would be doing about 200 autopsies. That was just for 1 year until 2015. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors, investigators, and then we have a unit at the GBI which is called the Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And so we would actually do, I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor in it. So I know that sounds a little weird, but the person who did most of the work in that was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, you know, that sort of became under the umbrella of what I would oversee. Were those child deaths or? They were living consults and deaths. So district attorneys or CFR, the Child Protective Services from around the state may come and ask, hey, is this an accidental injury? Could the child have fallen off a bike? Or is this abuse? And did you review those cases? A few of them. But really, the vast majority was done by one of the other doctors. were you still reviewing death cases?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if somebody did an autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings and the evidence?
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself, and what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning, and so we would discuss them all. It really wasn't, and then in the afternoon, we would revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look, if we're focusing on gunshots, do you think this is a contact, a close range, a distant range? If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss that. That wasn't specifically me, that was all the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that became, the scheduling and the meetings would become my responsibility.
So, and after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did, because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down to about 100 autopsies that I personally performed per year.
Right.
But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing. It was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on. But if there was a case that was very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI Medical Examiner's Office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22.
That's correct.
Which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work. I would do that at night and on the weekends, unless I, was in deposition, then I'd take personal leave to go do that. But those were the two main things I was doing.
Did you form a private consulting firm in 2008?
I did. Not in 2008. I started, my first consulting case was in 2008. It was a cardiac death in New York, and the ME's office in New York referred the attorney to me. But I don't believe I started my actual, business probably until about 2013 or 14. Okay,
I've misread this. So tell us what that is called and what you do.
So that's called Eisenstadt Forensic Pathology. It's nothing fancy. And really what I do is an attorney or a family may call me, ask me to review a case or to perform a private autopsy. And if I have the time, I'll accept that. I'll look over the documents. I may do an autopsy if that's what the family's requested. And then if it's an autopsy, I'll tell the family what my findings were. And, I recently had one where I referred the family to I told them to go to their cardiologist and get tested because I believe the person had a genetic disease that could be transmitted to their offspring. If it's just a record review, I'll review the records and I will tell the attorney what my opinions are. If my opinions support what they are hoping, then I may hear back from them. If my opinions don't, I probably don't ever hear back from them.
So, did you have permission from the GBI to do that?
I did. While I was at the GBI, every single consult case that I did, I got written approval by my superior, who was the deputy director of the agency.
Now, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, especially in gunshot wounds, in any state or federal court?
Yes. So throughout the state of Georgia, obviously. As far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify in as forensic pathologist? Just
probably in the area of 20, 25.
Okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot wounds specifically?
Yes, sir.
And have you done autopsies on people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any idea on how many occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure myself I've probably done, 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and then been involved in many more.
Okay. Tell me what the National Association of Medical Examiners is.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers. We have annual meetings. There's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathologists.
And do you enjoy any position with NAME?
I do.
What position or positions?
So I'm currently on the board of directors, and I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay. Now, you're licensed in the state of Georgia and New York?
Not New York anymore. When I left New York, I let my license lapse because I had a feeling I wasn't going back for quite a while. So currently I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified?
Yes, sir.
In forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a number of different articles and books, and you teach at what schools?
So I was teaching at Augusta University, and that's the medical school that the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program that I started at GBI, they were the sponsoring agency. But I've lectured at St. Louis University at their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had residents and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstadt qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Okay, let me talk to you. Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your testimony? When I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate and testify?
Yes, I'm being compensated for my work.
And how much are you being paid?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000. And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial, which will probably be a number of thousands of dollars. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, you compensated by the hour or by the task or what?
No, by the hour. So when I review documents, I charge $600 an hour. And then for testimony, I charge per day, so 24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So, and is that unusual for doctors who testify, consult and testify, or is that the normal practice?
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but if there's some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week, I was going to say earlier this week, the weeks are beginning to mush together.
Objection, comments?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm an old guy, I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
Yes, sir. May proceed.
So sometime, I believe last week, we heard from the coroner of Colleton County. Did you watch that testimony or hear that testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroners.
Okay, tell the jury, please, if a medical examiner or coroner comes on the scene of a suspected homicide, how would one, as a physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there, but there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught the investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the area, start your investigation. Come back and look at the thermometer. That will be your ambient temperature.
Ambient temperature means what?
The temperature of the air in that area.
Okay.
And obviously you want to put it near where the body is. And then you take the thermometer and you do a rectal temperature. You put it in the rectum, but you leave it there and you start doing more of your scene investigation. Then you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what we can get for a core body temperature. And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would you want a core temperature and an ambient temperature? What do you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body will equilibrate.
Well, what?
Will sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour. I will say it's not an exact science, because obviously if, right now I'm sure my body temperature is a little higher because I'm on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
And if you were to die right now, it would not be appropriate. I'm not saying you should die right now, but so your temperature's up a little bit. Does that mean that you would start at in your calculations at a higher temperature? What would you do? Right,
so that's the problem, is that, let's say I'm 99.5 right now, so that's 1 degree higher. That already moved, we're starting to move that time frame out to it could have an hour faultiness to what you're going to do. So it's 100 degrees outside. My core body temperature is 99 degrees, so we have 1 degree difference. So you may say it's been about an hour, but unfortunately television shows have made it seem like you can say it happened at this time. But in all honesty, you can't, but by far the best methodology is to do a core body temperature.
And an ambient temperature.
And an ambient temperature, yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have, you're sticking it in an armpit which is exposed to the ambient temperature. So that it's just not a valid method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess?
It's a guess, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we're going to be dealing with some sealed material. Is that TV off over there? What now? This? Right, so I'm just trying to make sure. I want to make sure this girl can see. Okay. So, at our request, we're Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers, did you examine materials in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined these two documents. Just the autopsy report. Oh, I'm sorry. Autopsy report. Okay. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness defendants exhibit 177 and 178.
So 178, yes.
And tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. And you examined this?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Go ahead. What's the next one?
So 177 I did examine, and this is the MUSC file for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming into evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the case.
Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports. These are reports by Dr. Reamer. These are not reports generated by Dr. Eisenstadt. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports, but we would object to the reports themselves coming in as evidence.
Says the defense.
Your Honor, these are business records. They're kept in the ordinary course of business according to Dr. Reamer. There's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object. I mean, these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. These documents, certainly under the business records exception, they would be admissible. I don't quite understand why the state would not want this jury to be able to see. I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I can't rule without seeing what they are. Admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll come back to these a little bit. I'm primarily interested in her determinations and some sketches she did that are in that. Okay. So you examined her her report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could I have the Elmo, please? Can I have the report? Let's talk about Maggie to begin with, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo. Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put this on the Elmo. And could I have the easel? What? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches. Maggie. Could I have the female?
What page is that on?
I have no idea. What do you see on your screen?
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so you know, if you could put it in that doorway up there,
Sure.
Allow the jury to see it better. Push it back. There you go. So and let's put this on it. Okay, so by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look at the sketch in front of you and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever's more convenient for you.
There's a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not.
So we had a pointer. We still have a pointer. We should have a pointer, but that's okay. We'll do that. Okay, so what I want you to do is step down here, please. And I'd like you to stand so that those jurors over there can see. So you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through the wounds on Maggie Blue.
So I think the easiest would be to go from bottom up.
Okay.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds. They're all caused by a rifle. We have an entrance wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has on the diagram little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to 1 to 3 feet. The end of the barrel to the actual skin where the bullet goes through.
Okay.
And I agree with what Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left thigh. Now we flip the body over, and we have the on the diagram. So this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality, that it's an intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to the torso. So we have another entrance rifle wound on the upper right torso. It, as per, I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe that was it.
Okay. But you're relying on her photos?
Yes, the most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we've talked about 1 gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes.
And entrance on which side?
On the back of the left wrist.
Okay, next.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here, goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brain stem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay.
And then you can see on the x-ray there's a little fragment, or a few little fragments in the head. And so a rifle round will fragment. We call it a lead snowstorm. It sort of on x-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little white pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through, down into the back, and continue down into the right chest. So this is, now remember we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards. And there are some up arrows here on the injuries to the upper back. I don't know why, because in her report, they go down. So that's all part of gunshot or rifle wound E. That's actually the lethal rifle wound, immediately lethal. And now I'll focus on A, C, and then the abrasion or the graze wound of the abdomen. And this is where I differ in opinion of directionality.
So you agree with her on everything except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin. And we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds. And what you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
tell me what a skin tag is.
Sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you let that go, between those two tears is a triangular piece of tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy. So that's why we get the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast, and then it grazes the upper left chest. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it. If a person is leaning forward and you've got one going down this way, you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction. So there's the scientific aspect by looking at the actual outline or the actual look of the wound. And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other going in the same direction.
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of those, one that goes down this way and severs the brainstem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast. I mean, unless somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes. So, I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing in an elevated position, or someone is lying down on their stomach, and then you have a sniper who's on the ground going this way, really, and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain. I agree with Dr. Reamer on that. And she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. I have a gunshot coming like this. Now I look at it, the body lying flat on the table, you can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible to her is that she's leaning forward. Most likely probably in pain from the abdominal wound.
And the second shot?
Same thing.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks very, very similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. The bullet comes down, goes through the breast, and out.
So that shot blew her earlobe off, or blew?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's walk through the photos, and if you'll stay right where you are, and then I'm going to maybe have you draw something up there. I haven't quite decided yet. Could I have Defendant's Exhibit 169, please? And I remind everyone we should be covered for this. Nope. I'm sorry, 159, not your fault. Right, and again, I apologize for the graphic nature, but this is what you do every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us what this depicts.
So this depicts Maggie's body on the autopsy table. And when we're doing our measurements on a body, that's how we're looking at the body, lying on her back or on the person's back on the autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the left chin. and here's her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about?
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what? I mean, what was it was going up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going upwards.
It would have entered the breast and then gone up?
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. And the other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Could we go to, Defendant's Exhibit 160. What does this depict?
So this is the left side of her jaw, and it's pulled forward, but you can see up here, I'll use my finger. You see the skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration is coming down here, and if I were to flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that is like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please? Right around right below the ear. Yeah, right in there. That's perfect. Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay. Well, if we were to, do you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape? And if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the skin tag is pointing upwards in the directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay. So could we go to, Doctor, this one?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Defendant's Exhibit 161. Okay, tell me, is that the area you want? Does that help?
Yes, but I think before we blow it up, I think what's important is for orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
Okay.
And now if we need to blow that up, you can see the skin tags are pointing up. The lacerations, the splitting in the skin, is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay. And could we see State's Exhibit 498? Tell me what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word. I'm sorry.
Beautiful is not.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of the lacerations coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag, skin tag, skin tag, all pointing up where the bullet's coming from. The lacerations are pointing down, which is the direction the bullet's going in.
Now, did you and Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on this?
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right. So any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a better idea of what it looks like, you also want to look for if there's any gunshot residue. You shave that area. So most of the time it's to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please? And what is this an X-ray of?
So this is an X-ray of her head and neck, and it might be hard to see, but we have right here in the center, we have a fragment of possibly jacketing, but a fragment of a projectile right here in the midline with a few smaller pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed. All of the projectiles, and then we'll continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm, which is consistent with it going back in to the back and down to the chest.
Okay, and could you go to 169, please?
So you can see here how it continues down into the right chest, and it sort of looks like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take the stand, please. So your job is to look at the photos and determine whether or not the original pathologist was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really, what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullet holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4?
Yes, sir.
And disagree with her on 1?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment, and let's look at, we'll go to Paul's autopsy report, and we'll go to his sketch. Let me get this material away. Okay, let me put this, jumble things up. So let's have you step down again with your pointer, please. It's right here. Your Honor, make the approach. Thank you. So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start, at the bottom and go up.
Sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul. One is on the chest and one is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
Sure. So the chest wound is also an intermediate range, so 1 to 3 feet. Shotgun wound that goes across the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity. It leaves near the armpit, and then the pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay. So the other shot resulted in his head exploding?
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the jury what she said and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute. Okay?
Sure. So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited the top of the head. To me, this is a contact range shotgun wound to the top of the head that caused extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures, and that the pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow. And then the head would have been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder, and then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the left shoulder.
So you believe the wound that resulted in his head exploding was where? Where would the shotgun have been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from the head?
Oh, no, it would have been pressed against the head.
So it would be a contact wound to the back of the head.
Correct.
And that would result in and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute, but if it was in the back of the head, tell me how we have a hole here and then a wound here. How does that work?
Well, you're shooting, it's different than shooting into a space where it can expand. It's not up against a firm surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The pressure will still go in if it's a contact to the abdomen, but the abdomen can stretch, the pressure and the gas can disperse because it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back. The skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go, so it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was?
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So unfortunately, the top of the head wasn't shaved, so I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head. And from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a bit. If you take the witness stand again, please. Defense Exhibit 116. Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up a little bit. This is in evidence. Where did this exhibit come from? Is there a book?
Yes, this is from the main textbook on gunshot wounds by Vincent DeMeo.
And it has been described as the Bible for gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. And that's, I think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book, and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this sketch, or these pictures, are from that book?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
What's coming out are actually flames and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because the gunpowder is ignited, so you have a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
Would they have seen some evidence of that gas and flame coming out?
I would say most likely yes. You don't always see it, but yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down, B, what is that showing us?
So now what we're seeing is at the front, you can see all the pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So you know the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when that first image you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the shot.
Okay, and what's the next C? What does that depict?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out, a little bit later after the weapon's been fired. We still see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical form, and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here is because it's going to go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas. So the pressure is dispersing outwards into the atmosphere.
And if we had another shot 3 feet down or 4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that are, the pellets would be opening up. So they wouldn't still be in that cylinder. If we're talking 3, 4 feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shot.
Correct.
Individual pellets.
Correct.
Okay. So let's follow this back. If, let's go with her scenario first.
Okay.
And the testimony, I think, has been 3 feet. The muzzle of the shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe put one of these in. Let's see which one of these is what we want. Okay, let me have State's Exhibit 478, please. Now, the wound in the center of his chest, you and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
Right. So directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here, it goes flat. He's missing the top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot 3 feet or further shotgun wound coming in on the left side.
And the wound on his shoulder, let's look at that real quick. Shoulder, please. That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets that are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there are photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Okay, step down here, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor.
Your Honor, may you step down? Thank you. You stand over there with the pointer. Show the jury, please, the individual pellets.
Oh, well, this is probably the easiest one to see. Round and silver. I'm going to have to come around for a moment. I'm sorry. There's one here. There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's go ahead and put the x-ray up while we're talking about this, which would be which one of these you want to start on?
We can do this
Okay.
one since we're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. Any objection? Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
No objection.
I submit it.
All right. Tell us what exhibit you got. Do you have that? 112? I know this is shocking, Your Honor. We have some technical issues here. This is, I don't know what happened to big poster boards. I just. Got it? No? Yes? No, this is 112. I mean, it's going to take some time. Let's just put it on the elbow and go from there. We're interested in this area. And I'm going to have one more. Okay, tell the jury, please, what we're looking at here.
Sure. So any case that comes to a medical examiner's office that has any type of penetrating injury, the medical examiner will do x-rays to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons. But what we're looking at here is this is the spine. These are the ribs. So we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wounds. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to the brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo. I can. You got it. Okay, great. Okay, this should be up on the screen now. Can you? We're talking about the lower right hand. I mean,
The left side of the body.
left side of the body.
The R stands for right, so the X-ray is being taken like this, right side, and this is the left side.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower R right corner, please? There you go. Now, what does this depict?
So this is showing here on the left side of the jaw, and we see all of these pellets that are here. So the jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So, and you believe the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And,
But this X-ray has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
okay.
And, I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures of the skull. The skull should, actually, I think it was better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head. And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head, not down here.
And, okay, so in your opinion, if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said, you would not have the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down, correct? And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you've got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you get the gas going in and the pellets continuing on?
Well, the pellets are projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will still continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like a skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through?
Oh, the pellets will continue through. There may be, the brain is not here, right? And so there's probably pellets within the brain, but we don't have an X-ray of the brain.
They didn't X-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity? Or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact, number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the person holding the gun to the skull, does any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes. Once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way?
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material?
Yes, they would.
In a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures. That's this photo, right?
That's that one.
Yeah, okay. Would you put Defense Exhibit 113, please? It's just extra. I believe this is an evidence. Okay. Tell us what that depicts.
So now we've moved over to the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder, and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of dispersed and they're coming down. This is your shoulder blade, your scapula. And so it's even down to the level of the collarbone here and the shoulder blade.
Is that consistent with a shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
Okay. Now, let me see. State's Exhibit 487. I'm sorry. Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit wound.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound, a contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So when this goes, well, back up for just a second. The first shot, I believe you agree to the chest that Dr. Reamer is correct.
I do.
This shot, which would be on the top right back, can you tell, or would you have an opinion as to his posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this. He's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that? I mean,
that's hard for me to say.
Okay.
I mean, his head's over like this because we have the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here, and the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
And why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking about before the shot.
Right, and so and we know that he fell forward, he has abrasions to his face, so that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
When you say the belly shot.
I'm sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain, and then came this shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over, and then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things.
Should I go back up?
Yes, please. Well, yeah, go back up. Can I have Defendant's Exhibit 189, please? Okay, tell us what this is, please.
So this is, I'm sorry.
Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it from the same book as the gunshot, the shotgun?
Yes, it's from the DeMayo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Okay. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state objects. This is hearsay. This is a page from a book by somebody else, not the witness who's testifying.
Your Honor, she has not objected to her witness and this witness relating to the same book, different page. It's a learned treatise, and it's the Bible of gunshot wounds both Dr. Reamer and this witness have testified. It's something they all rely on. I can have them sketch it out, or we can just put this in.
Says the state.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. So, Doctor, this is page 189. What is it?
So this is a photocopy from a page of the gunshot wound book that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, number 18, learned treatises, to the extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on a subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, establishes a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice, if admitted, may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry. So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit, and I'll have him do a drawing.
All right. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes.
seated.
May bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, and may proceed. The last exhibit has been withdrawn.
So let me have you do something. We attempted a moment ago to use a page out of a book, and I think we're going to have you sketch this out. So here's the, here we go. How about step down, please, with permission of the court? How about stand on that side there? And you remember what that page looked in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, if you can't put that in, to replicate that to the jury and tell them what it means.
Sure.
Okay, you want to take them one at a time?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not a great artist, but let's just say that's a perfect circle. That means that the end of the barrel, right, nice circle, is pressed up against the skin. Now this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. If you have it up where it's going up against something firm, then you would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup of pressure. So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it, contact range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range. Now, from the first picture that we looked at, all those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further. We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet or so. And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the individual pellets that have now moved out. And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further. And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet, then you have to test fire.
Okay, so So as the muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets, as in a contact wound, but the further away, the pellets begin to expand, and the further away, you get more of an individualized pellet pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to open up.
Okay, if you put up, is Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence? Okay, well, let me show it. You need to write on this book. While she's doing that, let me push this out of the way. Storage is going to be blocked from seeing. Is everything off over there? Please. What? Offer this into evidence, Your Honor. Without objection, and ask it be sealed.
It says state. Submit it without objection.
Put it up on the screen, please. Okay, now, here we see, and there's measurements here, a rather large wound on his shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that. It's also that we have no surrounding individual pellets, pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto the left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here, and they have to go through another bone, so they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they, and of course, as you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern.
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
So you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound. But yes, again, the totality of everything, this is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The only way I could see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because, again, you're having one, the shot shell.
Take it down.
You know, that's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just going to form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half. and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots? Do you see any actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain.
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head?
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks. I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, or were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Can you come over here so I can... Defendant's Exhibit 169, 168, 161, 160, and 159 to determine whether or not he relied on these to come to the conclusions he's come to. I don't think there's any need to publish them to the jury at this point, and I believe the state consents to their admission.
No objection.
If I might proceed. Would you look at these photos, please?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Are those photographs, autopsy photographs or x-rays, that you relied on in reaching the opinions you've expressed to this jury today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd offer these into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
For the record, we're offering Defendant's Exhibit 160, 161, 168, 169, and 159 and 160. I think I already said 160. Give those to you. And again, all under seal, please. So just a couple more questions. 162 is already in evidence, right? Okay. So let me hand that back to you before I... So the opinions you've given here today, you've given to a degree of medical certainty more probably than not.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you're not an expert on the vectors of this shot, either one of any of these shots, except we've talked about a probability on Maggie on the two shots that go down, right?
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So I'm an expert on the directionality within the body that projectiles go, entrance, exit, the direction within the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing, things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm.
Into the left side, yes, sir.
Left side. And we found a number of x-rays showing the pellets. We've seen forensic evidence that you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
And let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Okay. And you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. So you've indicated and testified that it would be blood, brains, pieces of skull, other material would blow out the direction of the hole, and the muzzle of the gun would have been pressed against the skull, correct?
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be pressed against the skin firm enough that there would be pressure onto the skull, and then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun.
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Good has.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Dr. Eisenstadt.
Good morning.
Now, when you first started your testimony, you talked a little bit about time of death.
Yes.
Is it the pathologist's job to determine the time of death?
Depends on the jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene and does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given to, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I definitely in Georgia, it's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am.
and she performed an independent autopsy.
She did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently, so I have no idea how it's done here. But, I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony, so I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
Eventually, yes.
Right. So, if Paul was shot in the back of the head, and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches. So we have about 6 inches. We have maybe a foot, right, from here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
Okay. And wasn't the top of Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal. Okay, I don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that brain look macerated or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head, and there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
That's my understanding.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43. You see that as the door to the feed room?
I do.
And tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
And did you see any crime scene photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. In all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Excused. Thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Timothy Palmbach, Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, will you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there I spent a good deal of my time in the lab. I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time I was head of the whole division of scientific services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which is a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students, and I managed that program as well as teaching. In addition to that, I was doing some degree of consultation, expert consultation, but not much just because of the volume of work that I had. In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so now I just teach part-time, assist with a couple of grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who is Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, I do.
Before we get to that, do you hold any certifications in your field of specialty?
So certifications, I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's kind of the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner, good faith, in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and eventually, if you meet the criteria, you can be a fellow. So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that?
I am.
Association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is exactly that. So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership in that organization.
What seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
It is spatter, correct.
All right.
Well, the basic course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There is a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. And once we understand that, that's much of what the training is in a lab, in an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties, and we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
I believe you also have a law degree?
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
That's a good question. I haven't practiced law. It was back in early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I went to emeritus status, gave that position up and got a little bit of time back. But I had been for 19 years prior to that.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
Oof. All right. Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure. I think I got it.
And what are your areas of expertise that for which you've been qualified and that you wish to be qualified in this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are bloodstain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, would State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case, yeah.
All right. Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Mr. Palmbach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
Is that admitted without objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Palmbach, were you hired by Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
And what were you hired to do?
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee as I complete here. Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right. What have you reviewed in this case? What materials have you been provided?
Again, lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy records data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by investigating personnel, and reports that were related to those diagrams.
Now, when you, upon your initial review of the autopsy reports, did you make any suggestions to us?
Yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted, and I began to just review it, and that's what I usually do is read through it and see, get a sense of what makes sense. One of the areas that I was very concerned with right away was looking at the shotgun wound to Paul, and based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results, And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Eisenstadt at any point in time before you arrived here in South Carolina for this case?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did.
And when was that?
Friday morning.
Okay. Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure. I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grace reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. However, I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered, and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the 2 casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel, but in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those 2 shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the 2 casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away, and I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself? Were there any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at a door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or turning, trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
sure.
That'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9 about .38 caliber pellets.
And I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way. We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little .22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer, it's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized, and that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high energy source weapon, which would understandably be a shotgun or a high powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt, explained the
Sure.
mechanism of the head to the shot?
I heard that, yep.
Shot to the head, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that, do you agree or disagree with his assessment?
Completely agree.
We'll get to this shortly, but there's on the door, as it swung open, at the top there's hair, it looks like Paul's, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head. The gaseous material begins to build. And again, this is, milliseconds is right, very, very quickly. It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door? And it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken, at that time, it was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself, and I did.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a number 2 steel shot pellet. And it is also, it was elongated so you could see that it was coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets, again, the right diameter, actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. Going back and looking at the photographs, I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
So, Mr. Palmbach, how is it that a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the header of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it, a chafe charge, you know, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, it pushed back through the actual entrance hole in the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
There's and we'll get to photos, but there appears to be the wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain. It was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellets will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter, it could have gone up into the door, could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor where we find it.
And I want to talk about the shooter. How close would the shooter have been in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head. We don't know what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch barrel length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
So we see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this? In your reconstruction of a contact shot to the back of the head, what's happening to the shooter at that point?
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material, blood, skin, hair, bone fragments, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
And what would be the force of that hitting the shooter?
Substantial, and the reason we know that is, one, we've seen what's happened to the skull, how badly damaged it was, and secondarily, we have two of the pellets. One is actually denting this metal door, and another one is embedding in the wood above it. That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue, and all the hair, and all the broken skull places, and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And when and how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot on the upper body and head.
I mean, if the shooter has thick hair, something a lot different than what I have, would you expect it to be matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly. I mean, you're going to be covered on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more it will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right? And is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this. It's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there, and there's blood and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally blow volumes of that, and that's what we're seeing throughout the room. That's why you're seeing it, on shelves and on the door trims and on this wall and on this wall over here. With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there that absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
And again, we're going to get to some photos and walk through that a little bit more. But I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr. Kinsey's, I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer, and he began to conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence. We'll talk about gunpowder residence. We'll look at where blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos, and we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence, and please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now, can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even from this photograph visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets, even enter the body, do they continue to spread out, or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. You know, in order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance traveled.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellet says it exits under his armpit.
Sure. And then you actually can see the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay. Show you 191. Go ahead and get these in. What's that? I think they're in, but we just want. Okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. Palmbach finished Exhibit 190 and 191 and ask if you relied upon these in your analysis.
I did.
Your Honor, would move Exhibits 190 and 191 in evidence under seal at this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what this photo depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. Obviously, you can see the brain is located to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of spatter in this area around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less on the, if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Well, this photo, in conjunction with several other photos in that area, but yes, it does inform me his motion between the two shots.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same, just from a different angle?
It's from the other side, yep. And so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his of brain material by his left ankle. And then there's more, maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off the cement pad.
All right. I'm going to show you three more photos. I'm going to show you one finished exhibit 192, 192 and 165, and ask if you relied upon those in reaching your conclusions.
I did.
And what are they?
They're views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Doug, if you'll pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can see this from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the floor in that area. That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern, and that occurs when blood from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound, and so the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, you really just gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. We won't see that on the floor for a period, but the shot then came out of his chest into his arm and out of his arm. So you've got 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed, and in fact it did, and you can see the blood running down his arm. And so I think what you're seeing in those accumulations of droplets on the ground is the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of the, can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be, can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier. Your Honor, is that okay? Thank you.
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight, but cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. And you probably want to stand over here,
This side,
Tim, so you don't block the stream.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to, and again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction, and you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second impact area. This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward the doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area here is where he's going to receive this shot. And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, about a foot or so off the ground, and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board, and you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into the shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Correct.
Now, let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defense 192, please. Just another similar photo. Are you sure that's 192? Yeah, there we go. Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim,
Okay.
of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, where's, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
The shooter cannot be there because Paul was there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in, but adjacent to the open door, the opposite side of the door.
Do you see what's referred to as a voiding area on that door?
Yes.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26, which is already in evidence.
Well, and
Please pull it. Okay.
and if you
Hold up. Don't move on yet, Doug. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
okay, Doug, go back to 192, I believe is what we were looking at.
So if you look at the area immediately.
Let's stop right there.
sorry.
What's a voiding area?
So a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain. So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is something was there to block it and capture it. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor, it didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left the scene.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less blood. Now, again, there is some here, but I mean, if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it that's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas, and the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that, is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug, please. If you could sort of blow up the door, please.
Hey, you almost don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So, literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like a contact transfer of material. And as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area. This is also the area where we saw that pellet impact. So this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door, and that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Does that indicate it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say, if that volume is there and that much is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that, yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it, is being transferred onto their clothing.
And
Or face, or hands, or them, or the gun.
how off the ground does Paul have to be for that much blood to go up that high?
Well, I think that the best, we have some pretty good data as to where Paul's head was because of that secondary impact location that I showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the 8 or 10 inches up is where the entrance part of it is. But that does give us a pretty good approximation of where Paul's head was when that shot occurred.
So 2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even. Okay. Is there enough force to send his hair to the top of the door?
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
Okay. All right. I have a few more door photos. Finish 193 and do you have any objections? I'm going to show you while you're down here Defendants 193, and is that a photo that you rely upon?
It is,
in
yes.
your analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, we moved Defendants 193 in evidence without objection and under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Doug, can you pull up 193? And you just hold it right there. Can you tell us what that is?
So now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door, again, you can see the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there, and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small. And in the blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and than virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room. And that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it into the shooter, some of it up and over and into the ceiling and the top of the door.
Doug, can you blow up the well, hang on. Do you see the pellet in the threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be in this area right here.
Can you find it and blow it up, Doug? I think you missed another.
Well, yeah, he got the other pellet. Yeah, he got the actual pellet, and that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe, it's right here. Yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene.
Correct.
Right. And when you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is pushing back out the entrance hole, and it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns. In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head, I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial vault. It's just going freeform, so you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number 2 pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through a shoulder, through a face, and up through the brain to penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 181, 183, 188, and 186. And can you identify these are those photos you took on Friday?
They are.
Yeah, you can. We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted.
Just work quickly through these. Exhibit 181. Well, let's don't do this. Let's go to 188, Doug, and tell me what 188 is.
So this is an overall photo of that same area of the door that I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the?
Yes. Yep. And the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
Okay. And then. Guess let's look at 181 and just briefly point out 181, Doug. Thank you.
So this is a close-up view, 90-degree on, of that pellet up in the into the door trim, and what it's demonstrating is a couple things. One, that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor and ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
And 186, please, Doug. 186.
Yep.
Just tell us what that is, Mr. Palmbach.
So that's a close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we saw, and you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom. And again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it, and then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the directionality. That pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part of the doorway, just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly the positioning that Dr. Kinsey was alluding to.
All right, and Your Honor, we would move to introduce defendant's exhibit 182 into evidence. Please, without objection.
No objection.
Can you pull up 182, please?
So, as you can see, I'm crouched very tightly against the right doorway. It's about as far over as I could go, and still, I was trying to, how far can I go over and still manage, a firearm in this kind of relative position here. right out of the gate, what you realize is my body is physically in the position where Paul is passing through. And we previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I wanted to show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other objects. And if you look at the distance between the edge of that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter could have gotten in the room, and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen, but in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it, so I don't know how long it is, but we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum where the barrel would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor in an upward, again, so it's got to come across the shoulder, upward and out the back, it's this kind of a trajectory, you can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true, but what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas, if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to... Okay, you'll take a seat. That'd be great. Thank you. You can take that down, Doug. Mr. Palmbach, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh. Did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally, there's a couple really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving, for sure. There is some degree of movement from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But so you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him, and moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving, toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defendant's Exhibit 163 and 164, and ask if you relied upon those.
I did.
Your Honor, Defendant's Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
Committed.
So, if you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug. Thank you. And jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face-down position there.
Just leave it like that. No.
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse.
Right.
You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area, and that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
Right. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 149. And the other two, we'd move to those be under seal and 149 under seal. Is this, you rely upon this in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, we move, Exhibit 194, not 149. 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Committed.
And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side-by-side, as they call it. What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie passed by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears to be her a damaged loop bearing, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, a shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over destruction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can just generally, I think you were hair on her body. What significance is that? And if you'll blow up her legs,
right?
Doug, please.
So when you find a body, you always have to wonder: is that really the position that the body remained in, or through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know: are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. We can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? Oh, you mentioned marker 12 a moment ago in 163, and again, what do you understand 12 to be?
It's physiological material. I mean, it looks structurally like brain material, but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because, as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree, I think Dr. Einstein said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door, and of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they could instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run, or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happened fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe had been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just more or less, anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one, or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified, but if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restricted on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, the person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, I mean, several. I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless and countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancement reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray. Amidio black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions, and I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Palmbach, did you see any fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area?
I did not.
Okay. Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints, or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area, and the possibility of touching something is there. I mean, I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions the state may have.
By the state.
Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am. I'm not a doctor.
I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense to investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No. Before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined, and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these 2 pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project 2 pellets upward. That was the only new information to me.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you.
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes.
Other than what?
Other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you states 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at do belong to Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see?
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there's blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. Defense exhibit 165. And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there.
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
There's defects from the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you can find it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within. Eventually, yeah, it does look like a bomb going off. That only happens in a cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not for me to decide. It's a pathologist that needs to do that.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
And his face wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because, again, the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way, or towards left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely, some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face, and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jam.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further? You may step down.
Thank you very much.
We will break for lunch now till 2:45. Till 2:45. Jury is excused. At 2:45, do you have another witness?
One more.
All right. We'll be in recess till 2:45. You'll bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Forelady, how is the jury?
They're doing okay.
Very good. Thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls John Marvin Murdaugh.
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. Just that microphone.
John Marvin Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school, graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice, and I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name of your company?
Well, the main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC. So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations? Multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
And your parents are whom?
Randolph and Libby Murdaugh.
Are you the only son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family, your family in this area.
Well, I mean, obviously we're probably like most families or a lot of families. We're very close. I mean, the siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. You try to interact and keep your family core together. I mean, we're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right. Your parents, and we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby?
She is.
And she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I understand.
I did, with my kids.
The in the spring 2021, were they both alive? Was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what was his health in the spring of 2021?
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health was not good. Just in and out of hospitals, just
right.
Age and the diseases were catching up to him.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and I, we live down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort. And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton. But absolutely, anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just wanted to go see my mom.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity. It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
Okay. And then Alec, where did he live in the spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Okay. And is Moselle close to Almeda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Almeda, but is Almeda a town? Or what
No, Almeda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name. I think that's a general.
And just tell the jury where that's located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Is it basically at the intersection of, I don't know, what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would go to, one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Okay. And would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll get to more of that. I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm going to have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, had been called, as you heard, Paw Paw. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, when we were doing something fun in a social event, I would refer to him as Paw Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it. My wife would say it. It was just a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
You know, that's I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, it would only last a month or so, a month and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluffton Oakety store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment. He did, as you heard someone testify, that boy would work. And so whatever was asked of him, he would do.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Not at work, he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
Did you spend time with Paul? Let me back up. Do you have a place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would. Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. Anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. Some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but I have a very small field, and I've got 10 stands in the field, and before the hunt I have it organized where I know who's sitting where. Well, I have Alec. He says, "Well, can the boys come?" Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys backed out, Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Yeah, did sporting events, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And, of course, we're sitting in there. Alec and Maggie are sitting just below us. And I had just gone, and I hope I can say this in court, I had just gone and bought one of those $15 beers. And I was back in my seat, and song's playing, and my wife taps me, and Alec and Maggie are holding hands and swaying together. And she was like, "Why aren't you holding my hand?" And so my $15 beer got put down. They had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. At football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful.
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. I knew of trips that they would take, family trips, vacations. They had a house at Edisto that y'all have heard about, and they would have, they would always have friends come over, particularly the boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your experience.
Well, you know, I've heard the testimony about it, and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and you know, he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time, and at Greenfield, and I smile fondly on this when I think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left, and we go back up and have a nice breakfast. Doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting, I don't know, it was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean, I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property down at Greenfield?
I do.
And have you
riding in
what, like checking on the property?
Oh, you mean like just riding around, joy riding, or checking feeders, or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun?
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joyride. Now, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, at the last minute, possibly. But typically, with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right. Speaking of your dad, what was, you recall what was going on with his health the weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, before June the 7th, so I guess would start, Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be the 6th.
Right. So he was actually in the hospital, I believe, in Columbia that weekend. And I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay, and did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up.
Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th?
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah.
And
to his, what I would call his normal doctor.
Okay.
I think Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he having some breathing issues on
he was having
Monday?
major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing issues were, maybe some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, not as soon as the doctor saw him, but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was, as you understood it, the prognosis when he was put back in the hospital on Monday the 7th?
On Monday the 7th, yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing, or that he was seeing, had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst, but if it's pneumonia like I think it is, I think we've got some treatment options.
So what was there hope on June the 7th?
Absolutely. When he told me that, I mean, well, first of all, when he said he had to go into hospital, it scared me. You know, obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it, I felt pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but did you and your brother send out text messages to family members giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th?
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your dad?
It did.
It did. When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Moselle, and you know, we still hadn't heard much. I mean, all this other stuff going on. It just, as you can imagine, it's so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do, and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
Take your time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Going back to taking your dad to the doctor and then checking him in the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we'll get to, you know, that. But can you explain to the jury how all that transportation went to get to your dad to the hospital? Well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get him?
On June, June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So, Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is, an hour and a half from Savannah, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland, about halfway, which is not far from my house. And then you just take him, and I'll go back. He had some time-sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda, where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So Randy's truck's back at Mom and Dad's house. So I drive Dad to Savannah in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in. And back then COVID was still going on, and there were several restrictions. They wouldn't let me go back with my dad at that time. So I was going to be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So I knew Paul was working, and I guess it was around 5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda, pick up my truck and bring it to work the next morning. And then just leave he was driving like a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it, and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
All right, so when you got back on the evening of the 7th, did you see Paul?
Oh, I did,
And where did you see him?
at my house.
And he got into your mom's
Got into my mom's car
and drove
right,
to Alameda.
and drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck and drove it to Moselle.
Okay. And you said the farm truck was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop being worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Varnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day, or was?
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty. But he was playing with the kids in the yard, being Paul.
Was that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
When did you learn that, and how did you learn that Maggie and Paul were murdered on the night of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time, and so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television,
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to?
Oh, yes, sir.
His mom's?
Yes, sir.
And we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me. Just said, I saw the news about Dad. Things look good. It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, "Listen, man, Liz and I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching a movie."
And what was his demeanor when you spoke with him on the evening of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? Yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad has really happened. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there, and it is a hunk of junk. And I mean,
This was the farm truck.
This was a farm truck, and so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so, did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself, and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember. But I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe. And they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Okatee, Beaufort, takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of police in Yemassee. I reach out to him, and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened. Or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle, because this truck's sputtering, and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee, and he fell in behind me, and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. And well, go ahead.
And did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63, and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And, of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Were there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, it just, I wasn't looking in the back seat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay. Do you remember about the time you got to Moselle? What time was it, roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were. I mean, well before I got to Moselle, or we got to Moselle, you could see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe as first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around, and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried. I mean, I don't even know that we talked.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall if any sled agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony of some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any sled agents at the house. The last officer that I remember seeing that night, or officers, were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that area, that they were going to be doing stuff with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Right. When you went into the house, were there other people in there when you got in?
There were. Most people that I knew. Some of Alex's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out or had food? What was it? Had anything?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning up. They were removing pots and pans, but I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on. But I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend Brooklyn?
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, I can't. He was wearing shorts and a T-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a T-shirt. Like relaxed shorts.
Do you know whether he had had a shower or not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not. I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand. So then let's move forward to the morning of the June 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buckland were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did, after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there just, in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just...
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about that. I don't remember.
Right.
It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene, and so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement, and said, "Listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever." He said, "Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy, and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do. And I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house, at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that was, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like Find My Phone or Find My Friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone, and I see Maggie's name, and I press it to activate it, and it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm going to go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents, because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here, and it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Y'all want to let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over. I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that. Well, we started walking down the back entrance, or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or a location, and that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on. There's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side, and I was on the side the cow pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him say, "I got it." And so, of course, I walked back beside his car, and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there, and I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED, and maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. Okay. And I don't know which agent. Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they and I'll say this. So they did take pictures of it while it was on the ground before they touched it. They picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car, and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alex, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alex provided you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. 2 people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. Because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Right. Did you go back to the residence at Moselle after finding the phone? Did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd been back up there, but they came and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort, I think it was Agent McAllister, throughout the house?
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off, and if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun, guns, and 300 blackout, and the ammunition for those calibers.
And as you're walking through the house with her, it appeared she was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit, so it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the bathrooms?
I opened up up in the upstairs area. There's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small. That, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did you search bathrooms?
She did. Well, I took her through every room in the house. I mean, every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets? And
So yes, sir. What I observed is, like the shower, for example, it's a door. It's not an open shower. She opened the door and she looked around, and she was looking at. She easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, it sounds like the guns of all kinds. Rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows. Most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified. I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, "You need to take this one." And we looked at it, and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, "No, put that one back." So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside, briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. There was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down on the Savannah River, and I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or point person, but I absolutely I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, "Listen, if you need anything from me or anybody and you can't get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back, I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach." So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wished?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. Okay. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Alameda, and I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before?
Right.
Did anybody ask you, "Hey, can we go search Alameda"?
No one asked anything.
Okay. If asked, would you obtain consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alec's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
Did you remember law enforcement, SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And What was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alex or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alex, Buster. I think that's it. But they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
Okay. And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, you know, we're staying there because of all this, and so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, did they come inside and sit down and talk with each of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said come in and offered them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done it simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many SLED agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
Okay. And I'm not sure that we need to actually play this, but have you been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something, either I did him so bad or they did him so bad? Have you heard that?
I have.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
and had you heard him say that before his interview that day?
I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th, were you or other family members with Alec for the most part, for that week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother I needed to be there for him, and I was. Of course, I didn't sleep with him, but
right.
But when we were awake, he was. I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together. If we needed to go to the gas station, if he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew I just thought that's what I needed to do.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or
that night, the next day, the day after.
Like I just said, he is. When you can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he? How was he coping afterwards? Say later June and July and going forward.
It's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and just, of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together. And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hug him.
Did he start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating, sleeping?
He was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time he lost weight.
Right. I skipped over something in my outline. I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, early morning hours, did folks who were there at Alameda raise questions about perhaps the murder? Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the
You mean in Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night. I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, Chief Alexander mentioned it. Once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? And of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Well, you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was. It was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion, and I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed.
Okay.
And you asked about the boating accident, so I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened, so I told him, and I cried, and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Objection.
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talking about visiting at your mom's house, mom and dad's house, let's talk. Where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what you call the carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. Okay. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 524. It's in evidence, Doug, and go to slide 38. And this is the GPS OnStar data. And Doug, if you'll blow up around the house, please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh, this is your mom's house, and this is GPS data from the night of June the 7th. Do you see that the red line there?
Yeah, it's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
Well, you want back it out a little bit, Doug? All right, just that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the, right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136. And this will be Defendant's Exhibit 136 in evidence. And tell me where that is?
That's the same area. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area, so when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's with my mom. When my dad was alive, there's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, if you pull up Defendant's 135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Right.
I mean, it's just they don't use this. It's a large home, and they just don't. You know, as old as they are, well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't go to the front.
I'm sorry, just skip that. 131, Defendant's 131 in evidence, please. Again, is this sort of the same area photographed from a different direction?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
okay.
Yeah.
And how far is that from the house, roughly?
You know, I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay. And that's and is it open around there? I mean, from the photo, is that accurate?
Oh, it's absolutely.
All right.
That whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
So, Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yes. So I had been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a opioid addiction?
No, sir.
Did you transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday.
Right.
I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay. And what was? Can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will, and that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. You know, Jim,
Did he turn
I don't know
around?
how much detail you want me to go into.
Well, did he turn around on the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off, and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat, and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then...
and I say diarrhea, I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car, in his pants.
Okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happened that stands out to you?
You know, so that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping, and when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward, and you could just tell that. I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible dream, and I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And sometime in September, did SLED actually come and search the house at Alameda?
Yes, sir.
And were you present?
I was.
Okay, were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay. And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400-something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of a blue raincoat?
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, or when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you...
Oh, absolutely.
Had you ever... Did they ever anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where the coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
Or was it the blue raincoat that...
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one. I saw a picture. I didn't see the coat itself. But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that. And I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
There's only two.
let me ask you,
I'm sorry.
The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing, right there. What's kept there?
Clothing, not everyday clothing. Clothing that's more or less in storage. Junk.
Right.
You know, it's not a club. It's not a. First of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. There's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Alameda?
Objection.
No, I.
Sustained.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. You know, he would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf clubs. If he went back when he would play golf, he just a bunch of junk in his truck.
During hunting season, was there normally a gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he
In
have?
fact, during hunting season, because he always hunted. He always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still works.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know. I don't know whether he didn't know or just it wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And you provided information on evidence that they had against your brother.
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
some of it.
And some of the information that you've been provided turned out not to be accurate information.
Yes, sir.
What type of information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing, and can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. Nature of the drug.
Calls for your sir.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. All right. Everybody be seated. Hear this objection again.
Stays objecting, calls for hearsay.
Right. In your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent. And I don't think we're talking about
Party opponent.
right. And the subsection 801D2, I think, is what we're referencing, and it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about the statement. And I think what we're getting into are some statements by particular law enforcement officers who've already been on the stand. And I don't think those are admissions to any issue that's of relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdaugh.
Directly relevant?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the objection not based on relevance.
Well, I thought that's what. So a statement of a party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
the state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
And SLED is the investigative agency? Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be the investigative agency. I'm not asking for Colleton County statements or it's the.
No, you've gotten those in already. The newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What else, Mr. Conrad?
I'd also object for the relevance as well, Your Honor, because the state has not offered the shirt and evidence, and the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this trial.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Well, to the shirt, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer it to see exactly what he would say, but my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case, and I'd object to the relevance and to, particularly with Mr. Murdaugh bringing it up.
All right. Well, tell me again what you're asking the witness. Or
yes,
proffer it to the witness.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by? Was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent. Yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right. And is it okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Walterboro to view the blue coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after that.
Answer your question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right, and what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put. This jury hasn't heard any evidence about any blood being on this T-shirt. And the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
The judge is overruled. We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Giving You bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So, as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was that SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
John Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
And have you?
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
And have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We communicate.
And just
now,
briefly,
Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you.
He's had a stroke and is basically homebound. Okay. And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
Jamar, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. you just don't know what to do, but it was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him.
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. And I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
And to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean, to me, full cooperation, yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me, and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah. So I believe any time that they ask to search something, any time they ask to do something, they ask for information. It typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay. I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have. But to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but
Okay.
but it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
Okay. So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course at that point I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
Okay. You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video?
When I listened to it.
Right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but...
All right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. All right. So you'd agree that if he had not told SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel?
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to go through the whole kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all. But let's just focus on. So what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle did he drive on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more, as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend, correct?
It was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's, that's correct.
And then Monday there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives a mom's car back to Alameda and gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, excuse me, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all, that night.
Your truck, I'm sorry.
That's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 in the morning, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 in the morning. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition. I mean,
Okay.
same place I always leave them.
Okay.
Because I drove it to Alameda that night.
All right. And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well, or is that a different?
It's white as well, yes, sir.
And it's broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. And you left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point, or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together.
Okay.
And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
You
or
left the
truck
truck
or whatever. It's Suburban.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you, my apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
Were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times, or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis, to your observations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about the morning of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you were the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
Okay. So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning,
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
Mm-hmm. But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Okay. And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you, other than the SLED agents? Because there were several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall. Without seeing the video, I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister. But I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay. But there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys. Friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time? Do
You
recall?
know, I don't remember. I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when Slade came over to, I believe it was Greenfield where they came?
That's correct.
To interview. It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I don't think they didn't not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that, but they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge? I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010. Let me make sure I have that date correct. Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021. And I believe SLED came to your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall SLED coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's the date, but they certainly came.
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming. It was Agent Croft and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat into both those interviews, correct, with both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster,
Okay.
and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
That's the way I thought it was.
Okay.
I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And do you recall during that October 12th interview the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster? Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house?
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall SLED bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th of 2020?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
Okay. And I think you also looked at it, and you don't recall?
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. When Fed courts are doing Do you recall Buster's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15, no, it wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay what Buster said. He's asking to recall what Buster said.
I sustain the objection.
And then you agreed with what Buster said right afterwards. You don't recall that?
No, Mr. Conner. What I'm telling you is I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. I don't. So you asking me that, I'm just telling you I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
Okay. All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct?
It was detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, well, Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida, is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I want to make this as clear as we can, you said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, Of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It was just such a startling, just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and the taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th was actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help, it gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex, specifically, was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family, actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad, who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger...
well, I can tell you this. If somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people was wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that...
If Jeannie Seckinger said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seckinger on June 7th?
I wasn't.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Yes, I think any family's name and legacy is important to them. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
Okay. But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. If everyone will be seated. The defense is rested. Any matters of law at this time?
Your Honor, we would, defense would just renew our motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously argued at the close of the state's case.
Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
All right. The motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day. Obviously, as is the nature of reply, we will, assess that tonight. But right now, I have 4 definite witnesses and perhaps a 5th that, as it stands right now, that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy. And by lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
Any comment, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr.
Your Honor, I no way critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. Mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy, I'll be ecstatic if it happens, but for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be a better. Pardon me? Jury visit. Oh, and somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you would allow the jury to visit the site.
At the close of the reply.
Okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy.
Mr. Waters, are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
It will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case, yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.